Back 1 o'clock was my lunch break.
1 o'clock. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
We are here for Thursday Sprints, and I have, yes, I'm pointing in the right direction, Demi with me today. The mirroring on StreamYard throws me off every single
Just assume that I've got it right. No, you're that way.
Before we get down to brass tacks, though, I do want to say I did put it in the description box. I'm not going to stream for 7 hours today. I had a little bit of a change of plans. My son has an activity tonight that I just found out about yesterday. So we're actually only going to stream for about 4-ish hours today. So I just wanted to let everybody know, because I know I did say I was doing 7, and we'll go back to 7 next week. But for today, small change in plans, because I have to go, do kid things.
Kids.
What you gonna do? So we are here for Sprints, and like I said, I have Demi with me. Demi, you've been on this channel before, so if you don't want to introduce yourself, you don't have to. Demi is linked down below. If you don't know who Demi is, you can go check out the channel.
You're missing out if you don't know who I am.
I highly suggest that you do. But Demi, what are you going to be doing on this lovely Thursday evening for you?
I am editing. I have a vlog that needs to go out tomorrow, and I haven't touched it yet.
Oh, fun. We love that. We love when that happens.
Editing that and scheduling that. And if I get round to reading, it's going to be How to Sell a Haunted House by Grady Hendrix. Which is my team book for Camp Crystal Lake. And I haven't read it yet, so I am the worst host.
I mean, you still have time. You still have, what, 11 days, 12 days?
Yeah, 12 days. Yeah, I've read Barb's team book, but not mine. I finished Carrie 2 days ago.
Nice.
Yeah, that was my work book club book, so I was like, I need to read that one.
Have you read The Weight of Blood?
A what? Sorry?
Have you read The Weight of Blood?
I have not. Is this a recommendation?
Yes.
The Weight of... I was about to say, where's my laptop? It's right there.
It's a Carrie retelling by Tiffany D. Jackson, and it is fantastic.
I might enjoy it, because the bits I didn't like about Carrie are the writing.
Fair.
I have an issue with Stephen King in that he's stupidly wordy.
Yeah.
And obviously this was written in the 70s, so it's got some archaic language that we wouldn't use in today's society in it. So, but yeah, I was like, I love his stories. I'm just not a fan of his writing.
Yeah, that makes sense. I would highly recommend The Weight of Blood.
I'll have a look at The Weight of Blood. Tiffany Jackson. Yeah. I've read one of hers, I think. Does she write White Smoke?
Yeah.
Yes, I have read, and I liked that.
This is even better than White Smoke. I've read both, and The Weight of Blood is fantastic.
I'll put it on my wish list.
The audiobook's really good too.
Is it on Spotify? There's a question, because we can now listen to audiobooks on Spotify, and it's the best thing ever.
That sounds good. I wonder if we can. I'll have to look into that. So for me, I don't know what I'm going to be reading. I'm in the middle of 2 books. So I might just let everybody else choose, because I've gone back and forth myself like 3 times. So I could finish Priest, which is an option. Or I could finish Sadie. Both of these I could probably finish on Sprints. So it just depends on which one.
Ooh, that's tricky. I'm glad you're leaving it up to them and not me, because I can't choose.
Neither can I. I don't know what I'm in the mood for. Like both, like it's. I need to I'm going to finish both of them today, probably. It just depends on first, right? So it just depends. So I'll leave it up to the comments. Let's jump into the comments and see who's here. Let us see what they're reading or doing on this lovely Thursday. Hello, Jessica and Kiana and ML's here. And Ceci Cloud, I don't know what your real name is. So if you want to tell me, let me know in the comments. And if you don't, and you just want me to go with your username, that's totally fine. Hello, Browen. ML is in the campus office today, going to teach soon. I'm happy to join for a bit. Thank you so much for popping in while you can. Hello, Lexi at lunch. Still working through The Last Word by Taylor Adams. I need to read a Taylor Adams book. How have I not? I do not know.
I think that one's on my radar, but I don't have it. But is it about the... Oh, I can't... Is it like about the writer that... It's kind of like Misery, and that the fact that a fan doesn't like it, and I need to look it up now.
I'm not sure. That could be what it is.
I swear it's something to do with like writing.
That sounds possible.
This keyboard is driving me crazy. Oh yeah, she posts a negative book review, and I think the author then comes after her.
That might hit a little too close to home.
Yeah, I was going to say that's quite relevant.
Yeah, I really want to read No Exit and The Last Word because I've heard great things about both, but I haven't gotten to either yet. Hello, Victoria. Kiana is about to start working. I'll be reading really good, actually, between calls. Hello, Tia. Hello, Christina. Listening to A Practical Magic right now. Nice. Hi, Bree. How was Fiji?
Wait, you've joined from...
No, just got home from Fiji.
I was going to say, I was like, I remember when I was in New York, I was not joining people on sprints. I was far too busy.
No. But I think Bree's home now.
I hope she's home.
I think so. I would assume that's the only reason that she's here. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. If still in Fiji, go to the beach, but I'm pretty sure. Also, if you were in Fiji, it would be the middle of the night.
Fair.
Like the middle of the night. I don't know the exact time change, but I'm pretty sure it's like at least 12 hours. The Weight of Blood is great. The Weight of Blood is fantastic. Everyone should read The Weight of Blood. And I don't even like horror, and I liked The Weight of Blood, so like I gave it 5 stars. So that just shows you how fantastic.
Well, it's on Spotify for UK premium people in the chat.
There you go.
You have to be the payment owner or whatever, the account holder. That's the word. Because I have a family account and no one else can use it, but I can.
You're like, but I can.
I knew there was a reason I paid.
Right? Alicia, how are you reading Bring Me Your Midnight at 61%? Everyone's saying hello to each other in the chat. We love to see it.
Nice.
Listening to The White Between Us for a secret vlog. I hope you like this. I liked this book. Although I will say I did listen to it like back when I first started reading thrillers. So like, I don't know if I would like it as much now, but I really liked it at the time. So I can only go off of what I really liked at the time. I really liked it. That's always the thing with thrillers. Is like, you really like the first few thrillers you read. No, they may not be good, but they were your first.
I have nothing to compare it to, therefore
right.
It's the best.
And I'm like, wow, that's a twist I never saw coming. Hello, Lynn. I should finish Priest. Okay, so we got some votes for Priest. And another one for Priest. And then we have one for Sadie. Priest is still winning. Hi, Michaela. Finishing up lunch and going to continue reading The Wishing Game. I know what this cover looks like, but I can't think of the author. It's a pretty cover, though. Boop the like. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It really helps the stream, so I so appreciate it. Don't know. I'm finding it a little lackluster right now, and I'm totally vibing with the whole let's poison the dog. Like, what did the dog do?
I don't like animal cruelty in my books.
What happened to the dog? Why would we poison the dog? Yeah, I don't like that either.
The dog is innocent. Even when it's not, it's innocent.
Right? Exactly. And I think I need to know about it going into a book, to be honest, just so that it doesn't hit me off guard. My best friend's exorcism, I did not know about it going in.
You've got the website. Yeah, you've got that website, like, Does the Dog Die, for films and TV shows, but they don't do it for books.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured you meant you were not vibing with the poisoning of the dog. Yeah. That makes sense.
I might have judged you if you were vibing with it. I'm not gonna lie.
That's a statement. You're like,
I support poisoning animals. No one clicks that.
No one needs that in the book. Fiji was wonderful dealing with jet lag today and trying to get caught up on work. Yeah, I could see the jet lag being a lot.
It took me a week to get over the jet lag from New York.
Yeah. Yeah, because what was that?
They're you're
5
5
hours?
hours behind, but the flight was 7.
Oh.
So essentially on the way back, I was awake for over 24 hours.
Mhm.
And then we landed at like 8 in the morning, and then I had to stay awake the whole day.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
No. So you took a red eye back?
I assume so. It was a night flight, so,
Yeah.
like, we left 8 p.m. New York time and then landed 8 a.m. UK time.
Oh.
But
Rough.
we had, like, the most legroom in front of us, which was quite
That's
nice.
nice. That is nice.
We were right behind the toilet, so there's a nice big space.
Okay, well, if you give it to me phonetically, I will try my best, but if you really think that I will butcher it, that's totally fine. I can just go with because I probably will, but I will do my best. If you give it to me phonetically, I will do my best. Another vote for Priest. It looks like I'm reading Priest.
I think you're reading Priest.
I think I'm reading Priest too. Meg Schofer is the author. That's exactly. The cover is really pretty. I could picture the cover in my mind, but I could not for the life of me think of the author's name. It was not coming to me at all. I was not aware of the dog poisoning when I started The Last Word, which is why I didn't touch it for a week. That's fair. See, like I said, I think I need to know about it ahead of time so that I can like mentally be prepared that it's coming.
I might not read it then, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'll go find No Exit instead.
PJ was 18 hours ahead. So basically 6 hours behind, but tomorrow. That makes sense. It does make sense because I'm used to doing kind of the same for the Australia people. Is doing like it's the next day, but it's confusing.
It's behind, but tomorrow.
Behind, but tomorrow it's a lot.
No, I just know that if I'm waking up normally when Crystal starts sprinting,
Mhm.
and I'm like, yeah, I'm not awake for that.
Yep. Crystal does not do the time like if I'm asking Crystal, I do the time change for Crystal. But Crystal will be like, "Do you want to come on my sprints?" And then I'll be like, "Crystal, those are at 2 a.m."
I mean, I'd love to, but I really need to sleep.
I will not be there. But I love you and have fun. But I can't. So it's 4 p.m. on Friday there now. Time zones are so complicated.
So you're currently at 4 a.m. on your like body clock.
Yeah.
And having to stay awake.
No, not fun. Not fun at all.
I'm gonna have to do it all again next year.
Where are you going?
Dominican.
Ooh, nice.
Holiday. I have decided I am much more a beach holiday person than a city break.
Fair.
I just want to sit there with a book and a cocktail and do nothing.
I mean, that's what vacations are meant to be, really.
It's the plan.
I agree. Hello, Taylor. How are you? What are you doing on this lovely Thursday? We have reached the end of the comments. So let me pull up the kitty cat and we'll jump into our first sprint where I am apparently reading Priest. So that's what we're going to do. And I will see you all in 45 minutes.
Bye.
Hello. I made it to 72% of Priest. How'd you do?
I finished editing my video and it is currently uploading.
That's exciting.
So I will be reading in the next sprint.
Yay! And you're reading How to Sell a Haunted House?
Yes, I found it. Oh.
There you go.
Maybe I would have it off the thing, but my room is a mess, so you just have to deal with it.
That's fair. Totally fair. Yeah, I've heard good things about this. I know Neva really liked it.
I've heard things, and it's got. I know it's got puppets.
I know that's why Rainey didn't like it.
And if I was watching something, unless it was Saw, puppets would put me right off.
Mm-hmm.
However, I think I can read them. I hope I can read them.
Okay. I know that's why Rainey didn't like it, or one of the reasons Rainey didn't like it were the
dolls are creepy. I fully understand a fear of dolls. I think it's healthy.
Dolls can be creepy. And I think it might be done like with voices in the audiobook. I don't know why I think that. I feel like that's what Rainey told me. I could be remembering that incorrectly, so don't take my word for that. But I could be remembering that wrong.
Oh, it's not on here as part of included.
Oh, well, then it doesn't matter either way.
I'm just gonna have to read it like a normal, like physically.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see where we were in the comments. I think we were here. Alicia's also going to the Dominican Republic next year.
Enjoy. My parents went this year and said it was one of the best holidays they've ever been on. So I hope you enjoy it.
I mean, anywhere warm is great.
Agreed. Like I am now in love with the Caribbean because it just doesn't get cold.
Mm-hmm.
Just stays warm. It's warm when you wake up, and you don't have to then. Because I'm used to holidays in Europe where it'll be lovely and sunny all day, and then in the evening you're going to need a cardigan or something.
Mm-hmm.
The temperature drops.
Mm-hmm.
Not in the Caribbean. It just stays.
I was just about to say, we both live in places that can get fairly cold a good portion of the year. So we're like, warm. Yes.
Yeah. So I just need warmth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Hello, cool gamer. How are you? What are you doing on this Thursday? Bree, DNF'd the wife between us. Bree, I saw this comment come in when I was upstairs, and I completely forgot that was a big part of the book until you said it, because it's been a few years since I've read that book, which it just shows that, like, realistically, books should have trigger warnings at the front. Can we just normalize that, please? Pretty please.
I'm here for it.
Hello, Jigra. I'm finishing up Feed Her to the Beast, which I need to look this up because what is this book? Just the title has Color Me in Green. Oh, that looks scary.
Like I said, it could be spooky or it could be some sort of smut-filled.
That's what I was wondering. Was it could go either way. It could be spooky or it could be smutty. It's spooky. Or it could be both, as I've discovered, is there's a whole level of smut horror that is a whole other level. But this is not that. It looks like it's just horror.
This one just looks like horror.
Yeah. Need to go refill my water. Be back in a few minutes. Sounds good. It's important to stay hydrated.
Reminded me.
I know. I always need the reminder because I drink way too much coffee.
Me, but tea.
Right. Well,
British. I have to live up to
I was going to say that's on brand. That's fine. Reach 30% in House of Sky and Breath. That's a chunky one. Switch to Shadows by Alex North and read the first chapter. I haven't read anything by Alex North. Is it thrillery or is it horror-y? I feel like it's horror. Made it to 27% of the Wishing Game. Not sure how I feel about it yet. Oh no. Sounds like we all are kind of not sure about our books.
This is what happens when we all choose to read spooky thrillers.
This is what happens. We get into situations. It's fine. Not every book is for everybody. We need to normalize this. Took a nap. Oh, we love a nap sprint. an aspirin is the best, really. Speaking of coffee, I think I'm going to get one in the next sprint. I know I should probably get water and hydrate as the comment was really actually about getting water, not coffee. But I feel like coffee is needed. It's 2:00 in the afternoon here, and I hazard to guess that I can't like get through the afternoon without at least one cup of coffee to just like wake
And why should you?
Yeah, no. The puppet is creepy. And I didn't love the narrator's voice for the puppet. It sounded like a Sesame Street character.
That would take me right out. Spooky atmosphere, Sesame Street character.
Yeah, I feel like I could see why you wouldn't like that. I think that it might be better to physically read that then, if that's the case. Because sometimes, like, I can understand that, like, when I'm listening to an audiobook, that the audiobook is either upping my enjoyment of a book for certain books, or it's actually like taking it away. Or it's the book and it's the audiobook is equal to my enjoyment of the book, but you know, it happens.
I was gonna say, have you or did you, I can't remember which TBR it was on, read How to Kill Your Family by Bella Mackie?
I did.
How did you find it? Because I didn't finish it, but I think it's because of the narrator in the audiobook.
Okay, so the narrator threw me off for a second because it sounded like someone I know. And for a minute, I couldn't place it. Do you know when you just you're hearing a voice and you're like, I know this voice?
Yeah.
And it took me a minute to place it. And I finally did. Well, it's not you. It's What Victoria Reads. Victoria from What Victoria Reads. It's a very similar, and I'm sure it's just the area of Britain to which they are from, because I know there's like a lot of different accents in the UK depending on where you live. But I was like, why do I know this accent? And I was just sitting there ruminating for a good hour trying to place why I knew this accent.
So you don't know what happens at the beginning of the book.
I know. I do. But I was like, how do I know this accent? I know someone who speaks like this. And it took me a minute. Then I got used to it. But it was throwing me off, not because I had to get like used to it because of that, but it was just like, oh, I know this voice. Why do I know this voice? So once I placed it, I was like, oh, okay, that's why. But I loved the book. It was good.
Maybe I'll have to get a physical copy and try again.
Yeah, it's darker than I thought it would be. I was expecting it to be satirical, and it's not. It is not that. Got about halfway through part 2 and found a basket of sheets I never folded. Whoops. This is my life, that I forget about laundry.
Same.
For days, sometimes.
I forget about it in the washing machine, and then I'll forget about it in the tumble dryer.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll forget about it in the basket I've bought it in. Yeah.
Yep.
It rarely ever actually ends up in the drawers before I wear it again.
Yeah, I was saying this, I think I said this on Sprints, maybe not, but I feel like it should be, you know how a microwave will like remake the sound if you don't open it after a while? Yeah. I feel like the washer dryer should do the same thing.
Agreed.
Like it does the music when it first finishes. And I feel like if you haven't gone there in like 20, 30 minutes, it should do it again.
Yeah.
Because I have forgotten. It's not that I don't want to go get the laundry. I heard the noise. I went, oh, I'll get that in a minute. Something has happened. And I have now definitely forgotten there's laundry.
Yep.
So I think that should be a feature.
I'm glad it's not just me.
I feel like that should definitely be a feature of laundry machines. Like for sure. Made it to 70%. Think it's more horror. The Whisper Man was horror. Okay. Should finish my schoolwork or do anything productive. I've been on my phone most of that sprint. Relatable. That is such a relatable mood. You know, sometimes you just have to procrastinate for a minute.
I mean, I meant to start my book last night and was just on my phone. So
that's fair. I meant to finish Priest yesterday. I even told I'm buddy reading it with Nicole, and I was like, I'll finish it today. Never picked it up. I have not picked it up since Tuesday Sprints ended. That was the last time I read Priest. You're welcome. Okay, so here's what had happened. You'll understand because we've talked about this before. So Canada is running the Traders.
Yes.
So I got into I binged the first few episodes yesterday.
I see. No, I 100% agree with that. That's how I watched the first few episodes of the English one. We found out about it late.
You remember when I discovered the English version of The Traitors? I watched the entire season in like a day and a half and accomplished no things for those day and a half because I just...
You accomplished who The Traitors were. I think that was a big accomplishment.
And I mean, it was worth every minute of it.
So good.
It's so good.
It will never be that good again. I am aware of that because they're making a season 2.
I feel like it still can, just as long as they all lose the plot as quickly as they lost the plot in the first one.
Agreed.
They really did.
They lost it big.
I have
They were so good at not picking the traitor.
I know. And I've never seen a group of people lose the plot so quickly. Never.
Just need to throw up a castle.
They became so unhinged so fast. And I was just like, what has happened? It's been 3 days.
So good.
It's so good. Most people in the comments probably have no idea what we're talking about.
Go and find The Traitors UK because the whole series is out.
And you have to, and I really feel like you should watch the UK version first because I've now seen the UK version, the American version, and now
the Canadian.
A bit of the Canadian. And I really feel like because the UK was first and really the group lost the plot the most. And also
about England, but
all the challenges are the same and it's in the same castle. So like I feel like you should see it. Like the American, all the challenges are the same.
And yet they didn't lose it as much.
No, I think it was because they brought in a bunch of like reality TV show people.
Oh.
Who are a bit more like used to stabbing people in the back. Right?
Yeah, I think the next series will probably have people applying for it that want to be famous. You know how like reality shows, like the first season, maybe 2 seasons are proper normal people and it's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes on and it's people that are just trying to like become influencers and
yeah. Well, and that's kind of what this was because they already are. Like there were people from Survivor, people from Amazing Race, people from The Bachelor. Like it was like a whole bunch of...
They make their living being on reality TV.
Right. So they didn't lose the plot as quickly because they were like used to this type of behavior.
Boring.
It was still fun to watch, but you need to watch the UK version first because those people just
have no idea what they were doing.
They were struggling. This is a real struggle.
And I think from it only maybe like 2 I've seen on TV since.
Well, I think they were really, it was hard. Like they did not handle it well.
No, I mean, one of them was Maddie, who obviously was very upfront about how she'd already done TV in the past.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And then Wilfred, I think because of the story arc and everything, he's kind of made a name for himself now.
That makes sense. I could see that.
I haven't really seen any of the others.
Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like those were like the 2 that really stood out anyway.
Maddie was... I loved Maddie. She was the only one that no one listened.
No one listened to Maddie. I wouldn't have listened to her either. Kay is trying not to take a nap, but the weather and the bed are fighting my resolve. That's fair. I think if you can take a nap, you should always take a nap.
Agreed.
Because you can't always take a nap, but when you can and you're tired, I think go for it. It's 11 a.m. here and I have no idea how I'm making it through the day. I'm exhausted. Oh, that's jet lag. Jet lag is rough. I might walk to the 7-Eleven near me to get an Alani energy drink in the next sprint. Need a pick-me-up. I'm definitely going to be making coffee.
So what I'm learning from this is that we're all a bunch of really tired people.
Mm-hmm.
I found my people.
Yeah, we are. I literally run off caffeine.
Books and naps.
Books. I never take naps because my kid would never let me take a nap.
I normally only take naps when I'm ill, which means I'm in the perfect situation to take naps right now.
Mm-hmm.
But work meant I could not take naps today.
Yeah, stupid work.
I know. I'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah. No. Hello. Just got home from work, going to take a shower and make dinner in the next sprint. Then hopefully I'll be reading. What are you going to make for dinner? And what are you reading? Those are my follow-up questions. Back at work now, but I did read a chapter of The Last Word, still mediocre because we're reading the author's character's writing and it's trash. So I'm sure it's supposed to be bad. Yeah.
That's why it got a bad review.
Mhm.
Also,
I mean,
I was on the Goodreads for it, and the top review is "Don't worry, the dog is okay" at the end.
oh,
I was like, "Thank you, maybe I can read it now."
like, okay, well, if I know that going in, then I can be less stressed.
Yeah. I was like,
Yeah,
"As long as the dog survives."
right. That's good that that's the top review on Goodreads.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a well put top review.
they're doing a good job there.
Mm. Blame you and Neva for getting me on Ice Planet Barbarians. I'm not mad. So sorry, but I'm not mad about it for you either.
I've done similar with Shell, who is now addicted to Zodiac, and
Fair.
she's like, "I did not want to like it," and I was like, "I know, it's totally not your book at all, but I'm so glad you're reading it.
But I'm so happy that you're doing this.
Join me."
Hello, Morgan. How are you? Just joining for a bit. It's a busy day for us around here today. Loved both of the traders. I love when we find people who even know what I'm talking about because I feel like only my British friends can I discuss this with.
So we were listening to the radio a couple of weeks ago, maybe
Mhm.
up to a month, I don't know. But Claudia has
Yep.
a radio show on the weekends.
Mhm.
Wasn't there,
Yep.
and we were like, "Oh, where's Claudia? Maybe she's preparing for Strictly because she hosts that
Oh,
as well."
she's
No,
filming
she was filming
Traitors.
the Traitors.
Oh,
I was like,
I'm so
"Oh, exciting!"
I'm very excited about that. Gonna get some lunch in the next sprint. Maybe they'll give me some energy, either that or a nap in my car on my lunch break. Oh, it sucks you have to be in the office today too.
Oh,
'Cause I know
I
some days you can like work from home,
I
but
took days off once I got back.
yeah, it's rough. Reading The Hate You Give, and I'm gonna have mashed potatoes and vegan chicken and leftovers.
I
Yummy.
read The Hate You Give last month,
Hmm.
month or
Like
recently. I
it?
loved it.
Nice.
I feel like it's wrong to say I loved it because of what it's about, but no, I loved it. I then watched the film and cried.
Fair.
I should have known. I did it to myself.
Yeah, really. Hello, Rye. You're at work. Everyone's at work.
I'm sorry
That's
about
the
that.
thing about doing daytime sprints is everyone's at work.
I
Um,
can use it for productivity.
right? Yeah. Well, that's why I have to bring in the British people for daytime sprints because it's nighttime.
I'm done with work.
Exactly. Exactly. Gonna start IPB in December. I think I'm gonna actually purchase the books. I feel like they're going to be a guilty pleasure. I think you're gonna love them because I love them. They're so fun. Didn't know there was a film. There you
If
go.
you're in the UK, it's on Disney Plus.
Oh, nice.
If you're somewhere else, it's probably somewhere else or on the same streaming service. I don't know. But it's definitely on Disney Plus in the UK because that's where I watched it.
Very nice. No worries about typos. I do it all the time.
We read typo.
We can read around it most of the time. It's not a problem. But we have been chatting for a couple of minutes over the kitty cat. So let us go into our next sprint. And I will see everyone in 45. Hello, we're back. I got to 86% in Priest, so I will finish in the next sprint for sure. I knew I could finish either one. I'm like close enough to either that like could. A book was being finished during sprints, which is good. How's how to kill a haunted house? No, how to sell a haunted house.
Page 58.
Nice.
We've already had some creepy things.
Have you?
Yeah.
Some creepy things. Any puppets yet?
Dolls at the moment. There's been a mention of puppets, but she's not gone into that room.
I mean, why would you ever go into that room if you knew?
I mean, I wouldn't. But I've watched too many, films and TV shows that have creepy puppets in them.
No, I can't do the puppets. It's not, no.
Not something I'm good at.
No.
This was $3.98.
Yeah, that's not my thing. Chrissy, I know this comment came in right as I like hit the timer to start the kitty cat, and this comment came in, so we'll start there. Reading Hold My Girl by Charlene Carr, a fellow Canadian author, and it's a contemporary about two women whose eggs were switched during IVF. That sounds like it's going to be a hard read. Then we had Victoria, who I'm pretty sure is already gone, but thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you have a lovely day. If you're still here. Anne joined us. Hello, Anne. Just getting here, making brunch and about to read Rebecca. Nice.
Ooh.
Read 50 pages and I'm intrigued. Found out it takes place in Nova Scotia. That's where I live. I feel like I should read it just for that reason, because like there's never a book set in Nova Scotia, or not very many. At 83% in. Watered my plants and ate some lunch, reached 32% of House of Sky and Breath. Got to 81% in Bring Me My Midnight, and I'm loving this one more than The Nature of Witches, and that one was a 5-star for me. Ooh. This is very exciting because Rainey loved Bring Me My Midnights, and I loved The Nature of Witches. So I'm like, I need to read this. But I gave The Nature of Witches 5 stars. I had a fantastic time with it. So I was a little nervous that this one wouldn't live up to it. So I like hearing from someone who has read both, because Rainey hadn't read Nature of Witches yet. So I need to read more by Rachel Griffin, because it's...
I need to stop doing sprints with you guys, because I end up with a massively long list of books that I need to start reading.
This happens literally during sprints. I always add books to my TBR, but this morning I highly recommend everyone go watch it. But Leandra from Leandra the TBR Zero put out a recommendations for mysteries, all different genres of mysteries for the Get a Clue readathon that's coming up in November. And it's an hour-long video, so you're going to need a minute to watch it. But the amount of books that are recommended for each character, for each team, it's the work that Leandra put in and the thought she put into each recommendation is just amazing. So definitely go check it out. But my TBR during this recommendations video just skyrocketed. And I was like, well, that was a dangerous thing. But like, you should go watch it, because it's a really well thought out video. And I do recommend. I watched it in a couple of sittings, because to find an hour is difficult, but I watched it throughout the morning and my TBR went up and up and up and up and up.
It's dangerous, this booktube stuff.
It was dangerous. Switched to Be My Ghost and got to 30% in. Can read an ebook a lot easier when I'm updating charts. That makes sense. Walked to the 7-Eleven and got the energy drink and snacks. Made it to 36% of the Wishing Game. You are flying through that. Almost couldn't back up from the couch after a 11-hour kitchen shift. So scrolled for a bit, but finally made it to the shower at least. You know what? Sometimes you need to just relax. An 11-hour shift is a long time.
Yeah, no thanks. I'll do 8, and that's too long.
So, take rest if you need it. Got to 45% of Practical Magic and finished folding the Found Laundry. About to start ironing fabrics to make pants.
Nice.
Just saying this again because I think my 2 previous comments got buried. Oh, it might have. Oh, perfect. Okay, great. Now I know how I'll do CC. That's perfect. Can do. No reading for me, but working on my reading journal and listening to We're Here to Help, Jake Johnson and Garrett Reynolds podcast, listening for the chaotic advice of Nick Miller vibes. Nice.
Anything with Nick Miller vibes is great.
Right? I agree. Also, if I ever miss a comment, please let me know because I try not to. But sometimes
just harass us until we see it.
It's fine. And every once in a while, YouTube will filter a comment too. So it's not me missing it. It's YouTube never gave it to me. So if I ever miss a comment, I did not mean to. My want to read list on Goodreads went from just under 1,000 to over 4,000 just from watching sprints. I would have a panic attack. That's so many. Mine's nowhere near that. Now, I will say, and I want to say that I have not scanned all the books I own into Goodreads. So my want to read on Goodreads does not include the books I already own.
Mine is at 767, and I don't think that includes recent purchases or gifts.
So mine is 330, but like I said, it doesn't include any of the books that I already own, which is, 500-ish probably. That's a guesstimate. That's a guesstimate. So like 830. So like close, we're getting near 1,000. This is a new one. I didn't know this was happening until the other night on Tuesday Night Sprints. Leandra's comment just got turned into a smiley face emoji. Like that's all that got sent through was a smiley face emoji. And then Leandra commented, I got smiley faced. And I was like, what does that even mean?
That's so weird.
And it was that the comment just magically turned into a smiley face because YouTube. And I didn't even know that was a thing that was happening until it happened on Sprints the other night. So that could also happen. And yes, that's so weird. Like, why? Why? Why is that happening? Hello, Shannon. Is there a book that if someone liked it, you would question their sanity or taste levels?
I can think of one.
Let me guess. It's the one you just read. Oh shoot. What Vipers, Den of Vipers.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Unless you like it because it's trash, in which case I accept, but
right. I do believe that there's a book, like a person for every book, unless I feel like the book is problematic. And then sometimes I still will filter it through, like, when did they read it? Was it read in a time, through different lenses of the world and things. So I try not to question people's sanity and taste levels, but there are some times where I have gone, wow, okay, you liked that book? When looking at Goodreads, just when I've hated it. But like I said, I think there's, a person for every book. Although, like I said, there are some books that I personally like. My 1-star reads, if I give a book 1 star, it's because I found it problematic. That's usually, like, I don't give books that I just disliked 5 stars. Those are like 2 stars.
Yeah.
Or sorry, not 5 stars. 1 star. I don't give books that I disliked 1 star. I give them 2 stars. My 1 stars are pretty much books that I found like problematic issues with. So, anything that I consider problematic, obviously I kind of question, but
I am going to have to run.
That's fine.
Just for a bit, but because dinner's done, but I will be back.
Sounds good.
Enjoy.
Have a good dinner.
Thank you.
Right? 4,000, so many. My TBR always increases when I watch BookTube, especially readathons and reading sprints. Reading sprints always is increasing my TBR because people come in and they're just like, I'm reading this book. I've never heard of it. And then I look it up and I'm like, well, I need that. Or even just like sometimes the title catches me, especially lately with cozy mysteries. I really wanted to read some cozies. I don't know if I'll get to many cozies before the end of the year. I would like to, but like this year I'm kind of almost locked in now into what needs to get read to like finish off kind of different things for the year. But those cozy titles, they get me. They get me. I mean, some people really should. Too funny. I have 1,000 in want to read, and I have a separate exclusive shelf that is owned, but I haven't read. That reached 300 after a thrift store visit yesterday. You know what? What did you get at the thrift store? I'd love to know. We love a book haul. Yeah, I would love to have a shelf that is what I own, but I feel like at this point that's just such a large task. I do have a spreadsheet of what I own. So like I do have a way of knowing. It would be easier to have it all on Goodreads, but like the amount of work that would take. I just don't know if I have the fortitude to do it. My TBR on Goodreads is only 311, and I've had Goodreads since 2011 with active use. I wish my real life was that organized. That's amazing. Like I said, mine's only about 332, so we're doing good. Just added 3 more in that chatty bit. You know what? It's okay because I really don't stress too much about my TBR length. Other than that, I know I will never get to all the books that I want to read in this life. Like it's just not possible, but I will do my best. I will strive to read them all. My own TBR is 250, almost all Kindle and audio, but the books on my want to read and look into is almost 450. Okay, this is a great question. How do people organize their Kindle books? That's something that I would like to know because I got a Kindle this year for the first time. And I really only got it for NetGalley ARCs. That was the purpose of getting a Kindle book because I really do love having a physical book. However, I have gotten a bit obsessed with the Kindle as well. So I do have a lot of Kindle books on there now. And honestly, I feel like the Kindle is a place where books go to like perish. For me to forget that I own them and I forget what's on there. So I would love to know how people know what's on their Kindle, like a way to kind of, organize that. I would love to know. I do a lot of sprints and everyone has different books. I like most genres, so they get added. It's like a wish list. Absolutely. Right. I may never read them all. Actually, I know I most likely won't. Exactly. There are so many books and every year new books come out and I'll do my best to read as many of them that I want to as I can. And that's all we can do. And I think I go through phases with things because like you, Christina, I read most genres. I don't read a lot of horror, but that's really it. So like I go through phases. This year for me was a really big romance phase. It was probably the first time I've really had a really big romance phase in my reading. And I read a lot of romance this year. But like I can already feel myself starting to get into like wanting to read more fantasy again in the last couple of months. Still read a lot of romance, but I've been reading more fantasy. And even last month, I think fantasy was my most read genre of last month. So I'm like wanting to get back into that. So I go through phases with things. And as you can see, I'm clearly reading some thrillers for a video that's coming out on Saturday. So I do need to finish this today because it's the last book for that video. But I'm enjoying going back into thrillers because that's probably something that I haven't read much of this year because I've been reading romance. Like I still read a lot of fantasy this year and I read a lot of romance. I feel like what I read in thrillers the year before turned into romance. So I haven't read that many thrillers. Anyway, that was a long discussion. Bought Family Lore by Elizabeth Acevedo, Transcendent Kingdom by Agisai. I'm sure I butchered that, which I haven't read, and snapped up a copy of Every Summer After by Carly Fortune. Yes, I need to read Every Summer After. Kelsey loved it and put it on my 12 recommended books for the year. And I have 2 months to read that. Use Kindle collections. So they go into uncollected when you get them. Then you can sort them into collections. I have 5-star reads, DNF, nonfiction, cookbooks, comics, Not Now, and Lost Interest. Ooh, those are some good titles. I'm going to actually screenshot this comment because I like your categories. I may use those very similar categories. I also just found Cozies, and they have a lot of books in the series, and I usually put all of them on the list. Oh, that's definitely one of the reasons it's long for sure, because those Cozy series can get long. They can get quite big. I really want to do Cozies next year. I'm kind of like trying to will it into existence that next year is like a cozy and sci-fi year. It's kind of what I want it to be. Will that be what it is? Because even I look at my what I said at like the beginning of the year of what I wanted to do this year, and I didn't do like any of the things I said I was going to do. I did some, but not all of them. So, you know, I always have big plans at the start of the year, and the year never goes how I plan. Too many. I think I still have 6 left. So I totally am not going to get them all done. Like it's not happening. Um, but I'm gonna try and get some of them, at least a couple of them done. But yeah, I did not do good with that this year. Really, the only challenge that I set out at the start of the year that was year long that I'm gonna actually do is Buzzword. That's the only one that I'm gonna complete in its entirety. Cozy sci-fi could be fun. Would do cozy fantasy though. Yep. And that's it. It could be like kind of those mixed genres. So let's jump into another sprint so I can finish Priest, and I will see everyone in 45. Hello. I finished Priest during that sprint, and I still had about 20 minutes left when I finished. So I did pick up Sadie. I have no idea how much I read in Sadie, but I did read a little bit of Sadie as well during that sprint. And I made it to page 153. But like I said, I don't really know where I was to start when I finished Priest. So I read, a little bit of Sadie. It reads very quickly because it is a good portion of this book is podcast like transcripts. So like there's very little actual writing on some of the pages. So luckily this book reads very, very quickly and I'm enjoying it immensely. So that's working out well. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out where we were in the comments. I think we were here with ML coming back between teaching. Welcome back. And also, hello. I'm sorry it's been a long day. That's no fun. But I hope that we can turn it around. We still have one more sprint that we're going to be doing today. Like I said at the beginning, I don't know if everyone was here. I was going to be going for 7 hours today, but my son got an unexpected activity tonight that I didn't know was going to be happening. So I've had to cut it back down to my old 4 hours, and we'll go back to 7 hours next week. Hello, Bree. We'll be editing a video and listening to Akamath. Very nice. Hope everyone is having a great day. Reached 35%. She's such a thick book. It is so thick. A House of Sky and Breath is so thick. It's a lot. But you are chugging through it because 35% of that book is a lot of pages. That's a lot. Took a shower and had dinner. Hi, Steph. How are you? Just getting home from work and eating some lunch. We'll be putting in a load of laundry and then sitting down to continue reading Belladonna. Nice. I feel like Thursday is our laundry day now. Got to 86% of the worst wedding date, getting very close to finished on that one. What kind of thoughts did you have on Priest? I am middle of the road for Priest. I gave it 3 stars. There were things that I liked about it. And if you watch Tuesday night sprints, I started it over there and I finished it today. And I wasn't expecting the love story part of this book. It was much more of a love story than I anticipated going into that. However, there were some things around like pet names and things that I just found a little bit cringy. When it was from his point of view, I really enjoyed that because you could kind of hear his internal dialogue and him like working through his feelings on being a priest and what a priest is supposed to be. And now that he's found this woman that he's interested in, like his thought process through that and really working through that from a clinical intelligence standpoint. I found that very interesting. Her points of view just kind of started to lean more into just didn't work for me. I know a lot of people love this book and a lot of people, enjoyed it. But for me, there was a couple moments where I was not a couple moments. There were some moments that just did not work for me personally around various things. But like I said, that point of his internal monologue of like discussing his thoughts on what that looks like, that was interesting to me. And I really thought it was well done in the book. So things I liked, things I didn't, 3 stars. That's where I am on Priest. Got further in the book, have less than 2 hours left. You've almost got this. Got to 87%, had a work meeting. Hopefully we'll finish in the last sprint and the next sprint. Same thing. Hopefully you will. More chilling on the couch, looked at a Porridge advent calendar. Ooh, I don't know if anyone saw this, but I saw a Bookish advent calendar on Instagram. It was like an ad and it looked really interesting. It's really similar to the challenge calendar that I use for my challenge bags. And it looks really interesting. And I'm debating potentially getting that. 24 different porches for every day. Thinking of treating myself. We're both thinking of treating ourselves to advent calendars. I think advent calendars are so fun even as an adult. Like, it's still so fun. Read a little during that sprint. It is wrapping up and excited to see how it ends so I can get into another book. Nice. Sometimes they do. It did. It's a fun thing and he's very excited about it. But yeah, I need to take him to it. So my son had counseling and then my car wouldn't start after. Oh my gosh, that's the worst. That is the worst. I'm so sorry. Obviously you made it home and I'm glad that you've made it home, but that's not what you want. Just decided that my keyboard needed a deep clean, so I started ripping off the keys. I mean, it'll be good once it's cleaned, I guess. Was that smart to say it like Neva does? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. ML. But you know what? You've got me laughing. Still here at work, but had lunch, finished holding 4.5 stars and listening to the opinions by Roxane Gay. Nice. At 40%. You had the same thoughts about her in that book. Okay. I felt like I kind of looked at the star ratings of like people who have read it. And like a lot of people, there seems to kind of range the gambit of there was kind of people who I knew who gave it everything. Anywhere from a 5-star to a 2-star and anywhere in between. I had people that I know who gave it all of those. So I think it's just one of those books that it depends on what you connect with in the book. But that was where I shook out. I have not read Minx by Sophie Lark. The only Sophie Lark book I have read is the first book in the Brutal Birthright series. That's the only one I've read so far. So I would like to read more by Sophie Lark, but I will probably just continue reading that series. Oh, I lied. I did start Anastasia by Sophie Lark. I started it for a video and about 20% in, I realized it didn't work with the theme of the vlog, even though I thought it did. So I stopped reading it. I do plan on finishing Anastasia before the end of the year, but I was kind of waiting until the audiobook came out to finish it because it's chunky. It's very long. It's a long audiobook. So I am going to finish that first. Like I was waiting for that. So it is now out. So before the end of the year, I will finish Anastasia and then I will continue with the Brutal Birthright series. Can't speak. That will probably get done. Last year at the end of the year, I did my Goodreads cleanup vlog and I really enjoyed doing that vlog. And it was basically reading all the books that I set down throughout the year, not DNF'd. If I DNF'd it, I DNF'd it. But basically a soft DNF where I didn't take the bookmark out. It's still on my currently reading on Goodreads. But I haven't read it in, months or however long. So I cleaned up all those books as a vlog last year. So that's probably when I will read Anastasia. I think I have 5 books currently that would go into that vlog at the end of the year. And I honestly don't see me picking them up before then because we're almost at the end of the year. Like I'm going to start reading those books the end of November, 1st of December for that vlog. So, that's probably when I'll read it. Hi, Jill. Not reading, catching up on YouTube. I also need to do this. I'm working my way through my watch later list. It's a challenge. Doing good. Ready to relax and read for the evening. We love this. Yes. I support this choice. Wonderful idea. I'm going to sprint until I'm going to do one more 45-minute sprint. So another hour, basically. Another hour. Sorry, my brain phased out. No problem. It's not a problem. Yeah, I put it in the description box too, just because I knew I had said that these were going to be 7-hour sprints. And normally I don't change my plans, but kids come first and things happen. So I figured everyone would forgive me and we could go back to longer next week. Glad I could give you a chuckle. I got the space bar back on, so I think it'll be smooth sailing from here. Yeah, I've had to pull them out too on my son's keyboard before because he was eating something and something sticky got on the keys. So I have had to pop a couple off now. I've never done the whole keyboard, so I wish you all the best. Been kind of absent during this spins. I've been doing admin stuff. I mean, you have to do it. We have to do the adulting and the admin. It's just necessary. But we love, never feel the need. We love people who comment, but if you just want to lurk sometimes, I never worry about that. Like, that's totally understandable because sometimes I do the same thing. Sometimes I'm just like, I just want to sit and I want to enjoy. And then sometimes I'm like, oh no, I want to comment. It just depends on the day and how I'm feeling. I appreciate anybody who even rolls up to sprints because I couldn't do this if no one showed up. So I appreciate all of you and all the people that I get to meet through BookTube. I said this the other night on Tuesday Night Sprints. Like, I've only been on BookTube a little over a year, and I just cannot believe how amazing this community is. Like, it is the best. It is literally the best community on the internet, in my opinion. My goal is to clear through my watch later by December when people start doing all the end of the year stuff in Vlogmas or whatever. My watch later gets out of control. Yes, Vlogmas is treacherous to my watch later because people are putting out videos every single day and I want to watch them all. But like realistically, I'm not going to get through all of them in December because we also have like family commitments and things that we're doing at that time of the year as well. So yeah, I tend to end up watching half of it in December and like half of it in like January. I would never get them back on. Right? I'd be like, oh no, what have I done? Hello, Joanne. I'm reading Sadie by Courtney Summers. I'd have to buy a new keyboard, right? So true. Reading Rebecca, lovely, and also hello. Watch later list is out of control. Here's the thing, and I think that's part of what it kind of goes off of what I just said with this community is the more you get into the community, the more amazing people you meet in the community, and the more you want to support their channels by watching their videos, liking, commenting, all that stuff. And then we have watch later lists that are huge. So it's all about just meeting all these fabulous people. Love sprints, way more productive since I found them. Yep. And my boys and my son and hubby stay on task better too, right? I literally cannot function without sprints. Like all day I am watching somebody's sprints if there's sprints on, because even just doing cleaning with sprints, like productivity or reading or what have you, like it's just so much easier with sprints. It's so much easier. My last book for Spookopoly. That's amazing. I am not going to complete my Spookopoly TBR, although I'm not super shocked about that because when I ended up getting 4 doubles in my first 5 rolls, I kind of figured that was not possible. When do I get to read today? When I do get to read today, I'm reading Halloween Cupcake Murder. Ooh, that sounds fun. It's the 4th cozy that features Halloween in a little over a month. I suppose I'm doing my own private readathon unplanned. We love it. We love when we get into those like moments of just wanting to read a certain kind of book. You're in your cozy Halloween cozy era and live your best life. Listening to Practical Magic and starting to make a pair of pants. That's amazing. Reading Spookily Yours by Jennifer Chapman. That sounds like a fun book. I like all these ones that are like Halloween themed. Gave up on trying to keep up with BookTube. I just watch vlogs when I'm eating at this point. Fair. It is kind of like an impossible task, but like I do my best. Like there is stuff on my watch later list that is very old. And sometimes I'll go and sort my watch later by like oldest so that I'm still getting through the older content, or I'll see, what on there is now kind of outdated because sometimes there's like things in there that like is super outdated. So it just depends. Only got 1 double. Yeah, I ended up with 5 doubles. So I was only going to do 5 books and ended up with 10. And I just knew that wasn't probably going to happen. right? It literally is so true that I cannot function without sprints. Like, I don't know how I lived life before I knew what sprints were. How did I get anything done before sprints? I don't know. Currently reading The Cursed by Harper Woods. Nice. That sounds like a nice spooky read. Yeah, October is my witchy month. Even included a nonfic. Nice. We love that. I love witchy books, so I love that. Yes, it was so rude. When I got 4 doubles in the first 5 rolls, I literally I I was not having a good time. I was like, is that like the odds of that? I don't even know what the odds of that are, but it's not good. It's not good odds. Okay, let's go into our last sprint, everyone. And I will see everyone. Oh, I should probably put the cat up. That would be helpful. You know, I know what I'm doing. It's fine. I'll see you all in 45 minutes. Hello. Hi, Demi.
I'm back. Sorry, it took longer than I thought.
No worries. I'm glad you made it back for the last chitty chat bit, though. I got to page 177 of Sadie.
Did I just do that?
I was like, how did you do that?
I put my thumbs up. Is it going to do it again? No. It's magic.
That was
I
impressive.
think it's the new iOS on my laptop, but I don't know.
That was very impressive. I was like, I was like, did you do that on purpose? It was like, yay, we made it to the last chat. And it was like fireworks. And I was like, that was perfect.
That's magic. If someone knows how I did that, please let me know.
Really, if anyone knows how that occurred.
Because that was magic.
Because then we could do it again.
Yeah.
Who knows? That's so fun. That was so fun.
It's magic.
It was magical. How did your sprint go?
I read another 40 pages. Got back with like just over half an hour to go. So
Nice.
I have reached section 2, which is anger. I think it's sectioned out in the 5 stages of grief.
It is. That I did know about that book. Yeah.
2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think the first section and the 5th section are very small.
Nice. That's good. You're making good progress.
Yeah. According to Storygraph, I'm 25% in.
Nice. Yeah, that's really good progress.
Yeah.
Michaela made it to 50% of the wishing game. We'll probably finish tomorrow. Finished Bring Me Your Midnight and loved it. I need to read this book. I need to read, honestly, all of Rachel Giffen's books because there's only 3 and I've read one already. So like I could read the whole collection fairly simply. I need to get on that. Started listening to If Cats Disappear from the World. Okay, that sounds like a fantastic title.
Very sad world.
It's a good title though. Started Painting by Number. Nice. Got to 88% in my book. We'll probably go watch True Blood now. Ooh, hey.
I finished this. This was before Carrie, so earlier this week.
Nice.
Saturday. It makes a feature in my vlog.
Very nice. Very
I
nice.
love True Blood. I need to go rewatch it.
Yes.
Especially season 4, which I told myself that I would watch a season each time I finished a book. Because at least at the beginning they're quite similar. And then I just stopped watching halfway through season 2 and I can't remember why. But I'm on book 4.
I've done that with so many shows where I'll put it down and then I'll forget that I was watching it. And then I'm like, why didn't I finish that?
Chances are like F1 season started up or something and my weekends got taken up by that.
Which makes sense.
But that's almost over now, so.
You have her other book as well. Yeah, I can't think of the name of it either. And I did know the name of it at one point. But it's not coming to me right away. But I just want to read the rest of them because I loved like I said, I love The Nature of Witches and everyone's saying Bring Me Your Midnight is fantastic. So want to do a True Blood rewatch?
If you're in the UK, it's on Now TV.
There you go.
I am a fountain of knowledge of where you can stream things in the UK.
You really are. I'm impressed. Page 216 of 286. Just about an hour left. Nice.
You got this.
You definitely got this. Just started the fall of House of
Usher.
I was going to say.
I
was thinking it was Usher. And then I was like, maybe I'm thinking of a different book.
Maybe I've read it wrong all this time.
Or that.
No, I've seen it. Some Netflix have been emailing me about it, and it looks. I didn't think it was spooky, but apparently it's spooky.
Well, and I was reading it, and I was like, I was about to just say Usher, and then my brain started to process maybe I was wrong, and then I couldn't continue to read because my brain was then preoccupied trying to figure that out. Anyway, moving on. And I got a pattern all pinned, but I poked myself. So when that stops bleeding, I can do it. Oh,
this is why I don't sew or anything that involves something sharp. I have a knife, like an X-Acto knife that I can use in my bullet journal, but I very rarely use it. I'm like, no, scissors are fine.
Use very sparingly. You're very welcome. Thank you for the sprints. And thank you everyone for understanding why we're cutting them a little short today. Yeah, the show's on Netflix. Awesome. So for anyone,
my watch list.
What?
I'll add it to my watch list.
So for anyone who wants more sprints, I know there are sprints happening currently, and they are by Amy McCaw. So I'm going to try to share this in the chat. Hold on. Please hold. And I know that Courtney has sprints starting soon as well, and Nicole has sprints with Neva tonight. So there's lots of sprints tonight for anyone who's looking for them. Did I share that in the right place? I was like, I shared it, and then it didn't pop up in the StreamYard. And I was very like, where did I put that link? There it is for Amy Sprints. But that is it for us today. Again, if you are not subscribed to Demi, go do that. The link is in the description box below. You're going to want to do that. This is also accurate. 24-hour sprints are this weekend starting on Neva's channel at noon Eastern Standard Time. And then we're moving to Nicole's channel. And then after that, I don't know what's happening, but I know Bree's hosting some, Kelsey's hosting some, Crystal's hosting some. So 24 straight hours of sprints. It's going to be a good time. But that is it for us for today. And I will be back here on my channel next week on Tuesday and Thursday, normal times. And we'll see you soon. Bye.
Bye.